notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Houghton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Bradley, 1,723. Chris Bernicle, 5,514. Paul Edgeworth, 2,290. Bridget Maeve Phillipson, 18,837. Sam Woods Grass, 11,668. The number of rejected ballot papers was 101. The turnout was 51.2%, and that Bridget May Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency. I would like to invite the elected candidate to say a few words. Thank you.
Tonight, the British people have spoken, and if the exit poll this evening is again a guide to results across our country, as it so often is, then after 14 years, the British people have chosen change. They have chosen Labour, and they have chosen the leadership of Keir Starmer. Today, our country, with its proud history, has chosen a brighter future. The British people have decided that they believe, as Labour believes, that our best days lie ahead of us. Hope and unity, not decline and division. Stability over chaos. A government powered by hope, by the belief that tomorrow can not just be different from today, but better. A government of service, a government with purpose, above all to change our society for good. A government determined to build a Britain where background is no barrier, no matter who your parents are or where you are born. Determined to tear down the barriers to opportunity which hold back too many of our children. That is Labour's purpose, and the result today speaks to the trust the British people have put in our changed Labour Party. And after 14 years, as your Labour MP in opposition, I am so proud to be part of a party which has tonight not just won the trust of people here in Houghton and Sunderland South, but of the people across Britain. Labour will honour the trust that you have placed in us. I will honour the trust that you have placed in me. And I will work every day to deliver the promises that Labour has made and the better future that we, each of us and all of us, deserve. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And lastly, I want to say thank you to all of the people who've worked hard to organise and secure today's election and counted the votes this evening. You are the people who deliver our democracy, and we are grateful for your contribution. My thanks to the fellow candidates here in Houghton and Sunderland South for a good-tempered campaign, to my fantastic local Labour Party for your unwavering support, and to my wonderful agent, Les Scott. Thank you.
be by the stage area. We now have the results for the Blyth and Ashington constituency. Having spoken with the candidates and agents, I'd now like to invite the returning officer, the High Sheriff of the Northumberland, and candidates onto the stage for the declaration.
I, Lucia Bridgman, returning officer for the Blyth and Ashington parliamentary constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Ian Lavery, Labour Party, 20,030. Maureen Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 6,121. Steve Leyland, the Green Party, 1,960. Mark Peart, Reform UK, 10,857. Stephen Anthony Salidas, Liberal Democrats, 1,433. And that Ian Lavery is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Blyth and Ashington constituency.
Thanks very much for that, and I just want to say it's an absolute honour to be the first ever elected Member of Parliament for Blyth and Ashington. This is for Ronnie. This is for Ronnie Campbell. I wanted the seat to be called South East Northumberland because it does cover Newbiggin, Ashington, Stakeford, Guidepost, Shopperton, Bedlington East, Blyth, Newbiggin, and other places in between. And I would have preferred it to have been called South East Northumberland. But you know what? I'm absolutely chuffed. I'm delighted tonight with that resounding victory. And I think one thing that people understand with Ian Lavery is that I'll not let you down. I'll not let you down at all. Before I go any further, I do want to thank the returning officer, staff, everybody who's worked their socks off tonight, and there's a long way to go. People from Northumberland County Council, the leisure centre staff, the security staff, everyone who's worked, effort, put a lot of time and effort in to make sure that this is a successful count tonight. And a massive thanks to my team from the Labour Party, absolutely fabulous. Every one of you leafleting, knocking on doors, listening to people, taking the abuse on occasions. What a fantastic team, and without that fantastic team, together with the support from the trade unions, then who knows what the result might have been. I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, and a big thank you to my wife, Hilary, and my two lads, Liam and Georgia, and little Ian, again for their support. How on earth to put up with me at election time is beyond me, but a massive thank you to them all. You know, the hard yards start now, and we've inherited, or hopefully, I am being thoroughly presumptuous, but if the exit poll is correct, then the Labour government will inherit a mess. 14 years of destruction. The NHS is on its knees. You can't get a dentist appointment. You can't get a GP's appointment. You can't get an ambulance when you're extremely poorly. And you suffer greatly in the A&E when you seek some sort of medical support. It's on its knees. We'll put that right. Labour want change and we demand change. We'll put it right. We've had wage stagnation. Everybody in this room, the wages have been stagnated since 2010. That needs to change. Labour will deliver for working people. Labour will change things for working people. The cost of living crisis has been absolutely dreadful for lots of individuals. Child poverty is on the increase. Here in where we are in Blyth, there's hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of young people living in poverty. Kids that high living in poverty. This is the 6th richest country in the world, in where we've got people living and kids living in poverty. We've got pensioners who cannot feed and eat at the same time. That cannot be right. Labour will change that for those people. It is a little bit ironic, you know, when we mentioned wage stagnation since 2010, yet the Prime Minister of the country, Mr. Sunak, is richer than the King. And he continually, throughout this whole campaign, has told people that his plan's working. It's not working for people in constituencies like Blyth and Ashington. Labour will change all of that. You know, the constituencies are desperate for change. Too many disenfranchised people from the political process. We've met them on the doorstep. People who cannot be bothered with politics anymore. They feel let down by everyone. We've got to reconnect with the people. Instead of having a country divided on hate and phony wars, we've got to try and unite the country, bring people together. People with different views, we need to bring everyone together, and that's what we must change. 14 years of a phony culture wars are now, thankfully, at an end. Labour will unite the nation, and Blyth and Ashington will be at the very heart of that change. Thank you very much, everyone.
I'm allowing the following for Onwara. I'm allowing the following for Muncaster.
Constituency is as follows. Lewis Malcolm Atkinson, 16,852. Chris Einon, 10,779. Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993. Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731. The number of rejected ballot papers was 99. The turnout was 52.6%, and that Lewis Malcolm Atkinson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency. I would like to invite the elected candidate to say a few words.
It is the honour of my life to be elected by the people of Sunderland Central to represent them and the city that I love. Thank you for placing your trust in me. Thank you, Returning Officer, counting staff and the police for your diligence today and the crucial work you do in ensuring our democracy operates transparently and safely. I want to thank my fellow candidates. In democracy, as in daily life, having a diversity of views and experiences is a healthy thing. Our city's motto is nil desperandum, do not despair, but that has been severely tested by 14 years of Tory government, which have made the people and services of Sunderland poorer. Many of the stories on the doorstep I've heard have been desperately sad. A pensioner who told me she skips a meal a day to make ends meet. A parent living with toothache because they no longer have an NHS dentist and they can't afford to go private. Sunderland and Britain deserves so much better. I've also heard despair about whether change is in fact possible, if things are so broken that no election or government can make any difference anymore. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't believe an incoming Labour government can deliver the change we have promised. Having seen the exit polls, I am hopeful that we get the Labour government that this city needs, a government in the service of working people, that stands for economic stability and national security. I know that having elected me, the people of Sunderland Central now expect me to work my socks off for them. That is what I will do as an active, visible community MP. I will represent all of the people, whether you voted for me or not. I will represent each and every community. While the populist right may choose to stoke division and pretend there are simple solutions to complex problems, I am proud that a changed Labour Party is focused on working together to rebuild our city and our country for all. We do not have to choose between economic growth and a fairer society. I will not. We do not have to choose between our proud history and our bright future. I will champion both. We do not have to choose between which of the different communities of Sunderland to serve. I will serve them all. I believe in Sunderland as an inclusive city that looks to the future, where our creativity, passion and hard work combine so that everyone prospers, feels safe and can live the life they choose. What an incredibly bright future we can have together here. I want to thank my agent Michael and the whole Labour campaign team, who have been incredible in the whirlwind 5 weeks since I was selected as a candidate. I want to pay tribute to Julie Elliott, my predecessor, who served Sunderland Central with commitment and who has been a huge support to many across the city and Labour movement, including myself. What underpins my politics are the values of community, decency and hard work. The two people who taught me those values are here tonight. Mum and Dad, thank you for everything. While it is a huge honour to be elected, I want to be clear that I do not regard this itself as an achievement. We will only be able to claim achievements when we deliver the change the people of Sunderland need, when people have more money in their pocket, when they can access NHS services more easily, when every child has opportunity and fewer grow up in poverty here. You have elected me to deliver those changes in Sunderland Central. That work starts now. Thank you.
Michael Chankowski, 1,687. Paul Donaghy, 10,769. Sharon Hodson, 17,682. Sharon Louise McClafferty, 627. Kieran Joseph Morrissey, 1,602. Sean Parsons, 4,654. The number of rejected ballot papers was 100. The turnout was 52.3%, and that Sharon Hodson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency. I would like to invite the elected candidate to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. I will keep this short because I'm well aware that this speech is the only thing now keeping you all from going home and watching all these results coming in on TV. No one wants to miss any Portillo moments. The country is crying out for change, and the exit polls, if accurate, and they usually are, show that change is coming. People in huge numbers have voted for the change that only a Labour government can bring. They have had enough of 14 years of chaos and destruction of public services by the Tories. People will awake tomorrow to hope with the Labour government. I want to thank the returning officer, all the counting agents and all the election staff who make this happen, as well as my fellow candidates. Thank the police for keeping us safe and to ensure that our democracy continues. Thank my fabulous agent, Beth Jones, who has organised a fantastic campaign. And all of my amazing volunteers, my hard-working councillors, my fantastic staff team, my long-suffering husband, Alan, and also sending huge love to my mum, who can't be here tonight, sadly. I especially want to thank the people of Washington and Gateshead South for putting their trust in me and in Labour. I and Labour will not let you down. Thank you.
Can I have your attention, please? I am ready to declare the result for Newcastle upon Tyne, Central and West. I, Pam Smith, Returning Officer, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Newcastle upon Tyne, Central and West Ward is as follows. Ali Afe, Liberal Democrat, 1,946. Francis Lazok, the Conservative Party, 4,228. Ashton Hector Muncaster, Reform UK, 7,815. Chi Onwurah, Labour Party, 18,875. John Pearson, Green Party candidate, 3,228. Habib Rahman, Independent, 1,636. Yvonne Ann Ridley, Independent, 3,627. And that Chi Onwurah has been duly elected to serve as a councillor, as a Member of Parliament for the Newcastle upon Tyne Central and West constituency. Thank you. The Reform candidate is unwell and has had to leave the count. So I now invite Chi Onwurah to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is a huge honour and privilege. And I would like to thank the returning officer and her team for all their hard work, the police for all their support and protection, and all the staff here tonight who have made democracy work transparently and incredibly quickly. And thank you to my fellow candidates for a lively, honest and thoughtful campaign. My deepest thanks to the fantastic Newcastle Central and West Labour Party, their members and volunteers for the unbelievable hard work that they have put in, and of course with special thanks to my agent, David Gray, and the core team who organised everything. And I'd like to thank my partner, Damon, for all his support and cooking. But most of all, I want to thank the people of Newcastle Central and West. I came into politics after a career in engineering to represent the people I grew up with here in Newcastle, the best city in the world with the best people in the world. On doorsteps across Newcastle and Central and West, I have heard again and again and again the clear message: we want change. We want an end to the chaos, the incompetence, skyrocketing prices, crumbling public services, stagnating economy, self-interested politicians, and scandal-ridden government. A government that simply doesn't care about people like us. If the exit polls are right, we will wake up to a Labour government led by Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, a government at the service of working people, a government which will turn the page on the last 14 years, delivering a better future for working people, bringing green prosperity to every corner of our nation and restoring Britain's reputation on the world stage. The great strength of Newcastle is the diversity of our communities and at the same time our unity as one community with shared values. I see those values in every face I meet. We are a city where democracy, solidarity and human rights run deep. Today has been a day of unity, of an overwhelming call for change from our community. And I want to reach out my hand and the hand of the Labour Party to all the people of Newcastle, no matter how you voted today. Our future as a community, as a nation, will be so much brighter together in a spirit of consideration for each other. My promise to you is to listen to you, to stand up for you, for our community, our values and our future. Now is the time to come together for a better Newcastle. Our future is waiting for us. We can build it together. Thank you very much.
I can confirm that the turnout was 54.46%. Can any candidates or agents wish to have a copy of the details of the verification? Please see Andrew Moore, one of our Deputy Returning Officers. We've now come to the point where we'll be adjudicating doubtful ballot papers in Holborn and St Pancras, and this will take place across the teams in the constituency. And because we're undertaking mini counts, the adjudication will take place at the count table for that team. And when we're adjudicating, there's a kind of lollipop sign that you'll see that will be held up. Please note that as the evening goes on, this process will be ongoing for all teams, therefore look out for the sign. Thank you.
total number of postal ballot papers verified is 12,624. The total number of ordinary ballot papers verified is 36,012. The total number of ballot papers verified in this count is 48,636. That's 48,636, which gives a percentage turnout of 65.8%. That's 65.8%. The teams now will continue carrying on with the count. Thank you.
Ashfield constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election is as follows. Lee Anderson, Reform UK, 17,062. Alexander Coates, the Green Party, 1,100. Daniel Holmes, Liberal Democrats, 619. Ria Keane, Labour Party, 11,553. Debbie Solomon, Conservative Party candidate, 3,271. Well, Debbie. Jason Zadrosny, the Ashfield Independent, putting people before politics, 6,276. The number of ballot papers rejected was 102. The vacant seat is 1. The electorate was 68,929. Ballot papers issued 39,986. And the turnout was 58.1%. I do hereby declare that Lee Anderson is duly elected.
Thank you. First of all, just a massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight, helping incredibly hard, and all the people that's worked throughout this election campaign. Special thanks to Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic, and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago, as a Conservative candidate and won. And I won comfortably, and the people of Ashfield backed me, and they now back me again as a Reform candidate for Ashfield. I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they have bought that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place, which I call my home, is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that. Thank you.
Hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at this election is as follows. Paul Simon Ellison, the Conservative Party, 4,273. George Galloway, Workers' Party, 11,587. Michael David Howard, Reform UK, 6,773. Andrew John Kelly, Liberal Democrats, 2,816. Martin David Savin, Green Party, 1,212. Paul Waugh, Labour and Cooperative Party, 13,027. I hereby declare that Paul Waugh is duly elected.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the returning officer, the counting staff and, of course, the police. Special thanks go to my agent, Tom Besford, and, of course, our campaign organiser, Neil Emmett. And, of course, all the Labour councillors and all the Labour activists who made this victory possible. I'd like to thank George Galloway for his service. I particularly want to pay tribute to... Are we going to be allowed to speak? Is this a democracy? Are we going to be allowed to speak? I particularly want to pay tribute to the late Sir Tony Lloyd, whose decency and compassion are still an example to every one of us. But of course, my biggest thanks go to the people of Rochdale, of Littleborough, of Wardle, of Milnborough and of Newhay. And on what looks like an historic night for Britain, I'm so proud that Rochdale is now part of a national wave of change. As in the rest of the country, I know many of you have voted Labour here for the very first time. I'll do everything I can to repay that trust that every Labour voter has now placed in me. And for those who didn't vote for me, I will work tirelessly on your behalf too, to deliver the real and lasting change that we all need. Because it's now my job to speak up at Westminster for all of Rochdale. Tonight's results, here and across the country, show that no vote for any party can ever be taken for granted. They have to be earned. Labour has learned that the hard way in Rochdale in recent months. We've shown that we've listened and we'll continue to listen on domestic policy and on foreign policy. But the bigger picture is this. Once again, after years of Tory government, it falls to Labour to rebuild our public services and our economy. But most of all, we need to give our country and Rochdale its hope back. I stood for Parliament not for myself, but for the people of Rochdale. For the NHS workers who, like my wife, come home. Like my mum, who deserved dignity in later life, not a struggle to get a hospital appointment or to see a GP. I did it for all those working class kids who are judged by their postcode, not by their potential. And also all those kids who are judged by their skin colour rather than their skills. Most of all, I wanted to give something back to this town, the town that raised me and the town that made me. And unlike some candidates, I'm from Rochdale. We've got huge challenges in Rochdale, and we need to tackle the child poverty and poor housing that blight so many futures. The answer lies...
The Green Party, 3,009. Edward Jonathan Davey, Liberal Democrats, 25,870. Helen Margaret Edward, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,635. Mark David Fox, Reform UK, 4,787. Eugene O'Dane, Labour Party, 6,561. Eunice, apologies, Eunice. Yvonne Tracy, Kingston Independent Residents Justice for Sub-Postmasters, 1,177. Therefore, I give notice that Edward Jonathan Davey is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Kingston and Surbiton constituency. The total number of votes cast across the Kingston and Surbiton constituency at the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July was 50,813. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 149 and the turnout was 65.69%. I'll now congratulations to Mr Davey and ask him to say a few words.
Thank you. It has been a great privilege to serve Kingston and Surbiton and this great community over many years. And I'm humbled that you've given me the chance to serve you again. So let me start by saying a big thank you. And thank you to Sarah and all the returning officer team and to all the staff and police who've worked so hard through the night. You are the unsung heroes of our democracy. It simply wouldn't work without you. And thank you to my fellow candidates for making this a campaign we can all be proud of. I wish you all well in the future. Now, I don't know if you could tell, but I've rather enjoyed this campaign. But what I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future. People who are working hard, raising families, caring for loved ones, playing by the rules, but finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. People who've had to wait hours for an ambulance, weeks to see a GP, or months for urgent cancer treatment. People who are angry at the filthy sewage being pumped into their rivers, lakes, and onto their beaches. People who feel let down and taken for granted and are desperate for change. Many of them have turned to the Liberal Democrats, in some cases for the first time at this election, and we want to be your champions. We've listened to you, and we've heard you loud and clear. We put your concerns at the heart of our campaign. Number one amongst them, fixing the health and care crisis, so that you can see a doctor or find an NHS dentist when you need them, and so your loved ones get the high-quality care when you need it, where you need it. And that's what Liberal Democrat MPs will fight for every day in the next Parliament. I've shared my own caring story during this campaign, and I've been overwhelmed by the response, especially from fellow carers. People looking after their loved ones who've got in touch to say, that's my story too. And I'm grateful that we've been able to bring caring out of the shadows in this campaign. And we will continue to stand up for a society where we value care and properly support carers, because we cannot afford not to. Let me finish by thanking my wonderful family, even though I hope they're sound asleep. Emily, I love you, and I could not have done this without you. Ellie and John, I love you so much. And to our fantastic team, thank you so much. This would not have happened without you. My election agent, Simon Drage, organiser, Cosmo Lupton. And our whole incredible team here in Kingston and Surbiton. And all the Liberal Democrat campaigners across the country who fought tirelessly for a fair deal. You are all amazing. This is your night. And tonight is for everyone across our United Kingdom who desperately want change and who are ready with us to build a brighter, fairer future for our country. Thank you very much.
agents for Holborn and St Pancras constituency please come over to the right side of the stage in order for us to discuss the provisional results. So just behind the stage over here. Thank you. I, Jenny Rowlands, being the acting returning officer at the election held in the Holborn and St Pancras constituency on the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of votes cast for each candidate in the election was as follows. Nick, the Incredible Flying Brick, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 162. Charlie Clinton, Liberal Democrats, 2,236. Andrew Joseph Feinstein, 7,312. Wise Islam, Independent, 636. Senthil Kumar, Independent, 40. Marine Malik, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,776. John Edmund Poynton, UK Independence Party, 75. David Roberts, Reform UK, 2,371. Tom Scripps, Socialist Equality Party, 61. Bobby Elmo Smith, 19. David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030. Keir Starmer, Labour Party, 18,884. At the UK parliamentary election on the 4th of July 2024 was 38,602. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 223, and they were rejected for the following reasons: want of official mark, 0, voting for more than one candidate, 73, writing or mark by which the voter can be identified, 2, unmarked or void for uncertainty, 148. Therefore, I hereby declare that Keir Starmer has been duly elected as the Member of Parliament for Holborn and St Pancras constituency.
Thank you so much. It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this constituency, the incredible community of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic. And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, a fantastic agent, the campaign team, the local party, and all the volunteers who've worked so hard over the last 6 weeks and beyond. Every door knocked, every leaflet delivered, every conversation had, it makes a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency. The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime. The pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need. The local businesses who've struggled so hard to keep their head above water. I will speak out for you, have your back, fight your corner every single day. Because tonight people here and around the country have spoken, and they're ready for change, to end the politics of performance and return to politics as public service. The change begins right here, because this is your democracy, your community, and your future. You have voted. It is now time for us to deliver. Thank you very much. Thank you.
myself to 29. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the returning officer, to all of the team at the count and the team at all of the polling stations today, and to the police who made sure this all ran smoothly. And thank you very much to all of my fellow candidates for the campaign you ran. Most of all, I'd like to thank the people of Aberdeen North for putting their trust in me once again. Your well-being is and will be my top priority over the next 5 years. I know that your priorities are about the cost of living. I know that you're struggling now in ways that you maybe haven't ever before, and I will do everything that I can to make that burden easier and to try and get the minimum income guarantee that the SNP has got in our manifesto. I know that you feel strongly about the issue of migration. I know that you believe migration is a good thing for Aberdeen, and we will do everything that we can to convince the government in the Westminster Parliament that we need a unique migration system for Scotland that allows us to see the benefits that all of us see with immigration. And I know that you care deeply about getting a just transition. We will push the UK government to match the Scottish Government's £500 million for just transition. We will do everything that we can to protect jobs and to ensure that we can take advantage of the renewables bonanza. I'll be speaking up for folk in Aberdeen. I'll be speaking up for people in Scotland. I've just got a couple more thanks to offer. I'd like to thank my office team, ably led by Faye, and I would like to
Would you like to come round?
Grey dots.
Okay. If you'd like to move one, you've got dots of it. Okay. I am now going to declare the result of the Clacton constituency Member of Parliament. I, Ian Davidson, being the acting returning officer at the election for a Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency on Thursday the 4th of July, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225. Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448. Pat Anastu Tassos, Heritage Party, 33. Pemberton Andrew, UKIP No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820. The number of ballot papers rejected was 111. I therefore do hereby declare that Nigel Paul Farage is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Clacton constituency. Congratulations. And the turnout was 59.23%. Would you like to?
Splendid. Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Returning Officer, all here at tendering. And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private investment. It's over 30 years ago that I fought my first parliamentary by-election. I've fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters, it's what we do out round the country. Getting 5,000 people in that room in Birmingham last week, the energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the course of the next few years and hopefully be big enough to challenge the general election properly in 2029. What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for Labour, there's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks, my fellow candidates for behaving as impeccably as they have. Believe me, folks, this is just the first step of something that is going to stun all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Well done. Great stuff.
I, Angela Scott, returning officer for the UK parliamentary election in the Aberdeen South constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at the election was as follows. Graham Craig, Scottish Family Party, promoting traditional values, 423. Stephen Flynn, Scottish National Party, 15,213. Foyle, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,921. Guy Ingerson, Scottish Greens, 1,609. Akir Malik, Scottish Labour Party, 11,400. Michael Pierce, Reform UK, 3,199. John Wheeler, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 11,300. Ballot papers rejected, 178. Total votes, 46,523. And I declare that Stephen Flynn is elected to serve in the United Kingdom as a member of the Aberdeen South constituency. Ballot papers rejected, one official mark 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 22. Writing or mark by which voting could be identified, 2. None marked or void for uncertainty, 154, making a total of 178. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. And I wish to begin in the customary fashion by thanking all of the staff present here tonight for allowing democracy to take place. It is a powerful thing, something we should all cherish, and it is the people in this room who have delivered it. There is, of course, one man in particular, Mr. Stephen Dongworth, who is getting married soon, who I'd like to pay particular testament to, which I know will come as great delight to him as he's red, his face is a little bit red in the back over there. Look, to the people of Aberdeen South, thank you once again for putting your faith in me to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is the privilege of a lifetime, and I will continue to do my best to serve each and every one of you to the best of my ability. I'm only here because of the people behind me. My election agent, Douglas Daniel, my wife, Lynn, my 2 young sons who are tucked up with their grandparents. I hope I've done them all proud. To the wider Scottish electorate, to the wider UK audience, it is quite clear to all of us the Scottish National Party is having a difficult night. We are experiencing something that we have not experienced for quite some time. We are going to be beat in Scotland. We are going to be beat well. So now is the time where we must learn and we must listen. We must listen to what the people of Scotland have told us. But when you are knocked down, you have to get back up. And when you get back up, you must be willing to inspire, you must be bold in your action, and you must be committed to the values which you hold dear. My colleagues and I, who are returned to Westminster, continue to put Scotland's interests first, to serve the people of Scotland, and hopefully regain the trust that has been lost in this election. Thank you all very much.
That's history. It's gone. It's done. And it's tomorrow.
Barnsley North, Barnsley South, Barnsley, they're not seeing one tonight. Do you accept this probably
I don't know. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. MRP polling is brand new. Look, you know, I said to you on day one of this, it was about getting a bridgehead in Parliament and many millions of votes. We've done that. We've done that. And we have a very enthusiastic group of people, a booming membership. And this is going to be, you're going to be surprised with what we do out around the country, believe me.
This campaign to change the voting system.
Oh, yeah.
How are you going to do that? How are you going to get the main parties to accept that this needs to change?
How would I ever get the main party to give us a referendum on membership of the European Union?
You think you can do it?
Do you see your role in Parliament as a disruptor or someone to represent you?
I can do both.
There's a lot of pressure involved in being an MP. Do you see yourself sitting on select committees, running surgeries every week?
Surgeries? I love people. That's not a problem.
Guys, I love you.
I don't know.
Honestly, it's so hard-headed. You're standing in this, you know, you're wanted. You wear me.
Find out where to go and what to do. I mean, it's the same as Russia. It'll be like first day you get.
candidates and their agents from the Fareham and Waterlooville constituency to join Lee and myself in the far corner over there, so we can talk through the next stage of the process. Thank you. Okay, I am ready to announce the result of the election of Member of Parliament for Fareham and Waterlooville following the count of all of the votes. I, Andrew Wannell, being the acting returning officer at the Fareham and Waterlooville election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Suella Braverman, 17,561. Kevin Chippendall Higgin, Reform UK, 9,084. Edward Dean, Rejoin EU, 210. Gemma Furnivall, Labour Party, 11,482. Bella Hewitt, Liberal Democrats, 9,533. Robert John Holliday, Hampshire Independents, 217. Baz Marie, Green Party, 2,036. There are 168 rejected ballot papers. So I hereby do declare that Suella Braverman, Conservative Party, is duly elected.
I want to start with a few thank yous. Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging for all of us, but you've all enabled our democracy to function safely and effectively. Secondly, I want to thank my wonderful team of Fareham and Waterlooville Conservatives. Agent Tom Davis, Councillor Tina Ellis, Donna Jones, Tom Fife, Will, Freya, Neil, Gwen, Patricia. There are too many to name right now this evening, but I am profoundly blessed to be part of your team. You have thrown everything at this campaign. In rain, in sun, in wind. We didn't get any snow, but there was a variable British climate that we had to deal with. The leaflets, the canvassing, the support. You even got me to join TikTok, which was quite an achievement. So thank you for going the extra mile and for always remaining cheerful and professional. I hope you enjoyed the campaign. Thirdly, I must thank my family, my husband, my children, for your steadfast love, support and friendship. My mum, my dad, my wider family, for your constant advice and encouragement. I couldn't do this job without you all. And next, thank you to the good people of Fareham and Waterlooville. You've placed your trust in me as your voice in Parliament for the fourth time now. The people of Fareham and Waterlooville are the best of Britain, patriotic, common sense, kindly, dedicated, enterprising. And I'm humbled to continue as your servant in Parliament. I will endeavour to work for you, to speak for you, and to deliver for you, time and time again. Now, finally, I want to briefly address the result in the rest of the country. And there is only one thing that I can say. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that my party didn't listen to you. The Conservative Party has let you down. You, the great British people, voted for us over 14 years, and we did not keep our promises. We've acted as if we're entitled to your vote, regardless of what we did, regardless of what we didn't do, despite promising time after time that we would do those things. And we need to learn our lesson, because if we don't, bad as tonight has been for my party, we'll have many worse nights to come. The country deserves better, and we've got to do better. And I will do everything in my power to rebuild trust. We need to listen to you. You have spoken to us very clearly. Thank you.
And I will now invite other candidates to make a short statement.
Good evening. First, thank you all very much, the returning officer. Thank you very much. All the very patient counting staff, and as Suella pointed out, everyone in the polling stations who's been doing all the counts. I came very late to this campaign. I've been running it for just over 5 weeks. It's been a phenomenal journey, and I couldn't have done it without my fantastic team over here. The Liberal Democrat councillors, 12 of whom I have across the constituency, and my electoral agent Tiggy, my campaign manager Ronan, and of course, last but not least, my husband Charles, and our dogs, who did lots of photographs with us. So really a massive thank you to the team. It's been a real privilege to stand as the Liberal Democrat candidate for Fareham and Waterlooville. And I wish Suella all the best. Congratulations, Suella.
Hi. I would also like to thank everybody. I think we have a wide range of opinion on the platform here on the subject that is dear to my heart, which is to rejoin the EU. And it's very good, as Suella and others have said, that this has been such a civilised and peaceful process of electing a new MP. So thank you to everybody who has been involved in this, particularly the candidates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
are the missing? Labour missing. There we go. They've got Where's that candidate? Come here. We're just waiting for the candidate, another candidate. Yeah. Okay, we're going to move to the declaration of results for Portsmouth North constituency, and I would like to invite the Lord Mayor of Portsmouth to declare the results.
Thank you very much, Natalie. I, Councillor Joseph Fazakerley, returning officer for the Portsmouth North constituency, hereby declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Simon James Dodd, Liberal Democrat, 3,031. Amanda Louise Martin, Labour Party, 14,495. Penelope Mary Mordaunt, commonly known as Penny Mordaunt, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,715. Duncan Stewart Robinson, the Green Party, 1,851. Melvin Stewart Todd, Reform UK, 8,501. I therefore give public notice that Amanda Louise Martin is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Portsmouth North constituency. And just to finish, the total number of votes cast in Portsmouth North constituency was 41,741. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 148. 22 ballot papers were rejected because votes were given for more than one candidate, and 126 ballot papers were rejected because they were unmarked or void for uncertainty. The turnout for Portsmouth North was 59.25%.
I would like to invite the successful candidate, if you would like to say a few words.
Apologies for being late to the stage. Firstly, I'd like to say a huge thank you to the returning officers, the people counting, staff at polling stations, the police and the staff here this evening, and to my amazing campaign team and beautiful family, of whom there are far too many to thank personally, but without whom it wouldn't be possible to have this journey and also a thank you to my agent. I would also like to thank the other candidates. It's never easy putting yourself forward for public office. I would also like to thank Penny Mordaunt for her 14 years of service and the amazing role she played in the coronation of our King. My campaign was one of positivity, change and hope for the people of Portsmouth North. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for those who went out and voted for that change. Whether you voted for Labour or not in this election, I want to say that as your MP, I will work for you. Portsmouth is my home. It's where everybody I love lives. And being your MP is the privilege of a lifetime, and I will not take it for granted. Tonight is historic. We have returned in the bellwether seat a Labour MP, and we hopefully return a Labour government. And if my friend and colleague Stephen Morgan is returned, it will be the first time we have 2 Labour MPs in the home of the Royal Navy. I look forward to working together and will champion Portsmouth in the heart of a Labour government, starting from now. Thank you very much.
I'd also like to ask if the outgoing MP would also like to say a few words.
To those disappointed at the result tonight, let me cheer you up. Democracy is never wrong. I want to add my thanks to all those who have facilitated this election, the count, the police, those who man polling stations, the electoral team at Portsmouth City Council, and also to all candidates who've run in North and South, and in particular my running mate in the South, Sina Biddle. Congratulations, Amanda. You have my assurance that I and my team will do everything we can to assist you in setting up your office and having a smooth transfer of our casework so that the people of Portsmouth have a good service throughout that period. Amanda, you will know that you are now working for the best employer ever. The people of Portsmouth are wonderful, hard-working, big-hearted, and anything that I ever achieved was made possible by them, and I thank them for the opportunities they have given me. I will never stop caring for these people or this place, and in all things I've been guided by them, their common sense, their determination, their ambitions and hopes, their pride in our city and our nation. Tonight, the Conservative Party has taken a battering because it failed to honour the trust that people had placed in it. You can speak all you like of security and freedom, but you can't have either if you are afraid. Afraid about the cost of living or accessing healthcare, or whether the responsibility you shoulder will be recognised and rewarded. That fear steals the future, and it only makes the present matter, and that is why we lost. Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country. And if we want again to be the natural party of government, then our values must be the people's. I've lost many good colleagues tonight, but I hope that, like me, they intend to carry on serving their communities with even stronger heart. Our country needs all of us. And finally, I want to thank my campaigners, my team here in Portsmouth, led by Rob New, my parliamentary team, those who supported me, including other political parties, particularly the independent group under George Madgwick, but also the thousands of activists across the country who, in the darkest of times, not of their making, fought like hell for what they believed in and a better future. I've never been prouder of you all. And now each of us has even more reason to fight on, so we must. Good luck to all of you, in particular Amanda, and thank you, Portsmouth.
Counting teams for the Richmond and Northallerton constituency have now been completed and all the votes counted. The control table have undertaken their checks, and we are now in a position to share the provisional results, which, as a part of the process, can only be done with candidates and their election agents. So this will be done in a private area towards the back of the room. So can I ask all the candidates follow me when I leave this stage? We'll go down the centre of this room into that private area. I repeat, only candidates and their appointed election agents, not counting agents or any other guests. Please can you follow me now so we can share the provisional results. Thank you.
Mr. Sunak.
You should be over there. Somewhere like that. Martin, if you go there, I think there we go. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Can I get your attention, please? I, Barry Khan, being the Deputy Acting Returning Officer for the election of a Member of Parliament for the Richmond and Northallerton constituency held yesterday, Thursday the 4th of July 2024, do hereby give notice that the number of valid ballot papers for each candidate was as follows. Jason Barnett, Independent, 27. Daniel George Callaghan, Liberal Democrats, 4,322. Angela Eileen Campion, commonly known as Angie Campion, Independent, 33. Louise Ann Dickens, Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058. Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omalana, commonly known as Nico Omalana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874. I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and he may address the stand.
Good morning. Could I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today. You make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight despite their tireless efforts, their local records of delivery, and their dedication to their communities. I am sorry. I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister, to which I have given my all. I will then return here, to my family's home, and I look forward to spending more time with you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Thank you.
No, it's actually serious. Here all night.
Oh, very good. That's good to see. We're giving them photo moments here. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the declaration of results. UK parliamentary election, 4th of July 2024, for the constituency of Fermanagh and South Tyrone. The eligible electorate was 77,828, 77828. The votes polled were 51,340, 51340. The valid votes cast were 51,076. 51076. The rejected votes was 260, 260. The percentage turnout was 65.97%. I, Sarah Ling, as the Deputy Returning Officer for the Fermanagh and South Tyrone.
Nicholas Hales, Independent, 231. Paul MacDonald, Reform UK, 7,424. Dan Norris, Labour Party, 20,739. Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,410. Dina Romero, Liberal Democrats, 3,878. So the total number of ballot papers was 51,125. There were 142 rejected ballot papers, and I hereby declare that Dan Norris is duly elected to serve as a Member of Parliament for North East Somerset and Hanham constituency.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for staying up so late. It's been a very long count and a very long evening. I want to start by thanking, of course, Keir Starmer, who has transformed the Labour Party since our terrible result in 2019.
Thank you. 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 Thank you so much for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it! You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now. And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people. And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back. And I want to thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people. So thank you truly. You have changed our country. But a mandate like this comes with a great responsibility. Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life, if you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. It should always respect your contribution, and we have to restore that. And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake, that is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope. Respect, the bond that can unite a country. Together, the values of this changed Labour Party are the guiding principle for a new government. Country first, party second. That is the responsibility of this mandate. You know, 14 years ago, we were told that we're all in it together. I say to the British people today, imagine what we can do if that were actually true. So, by all means, enjoy this moment. Nobody can say you haven't waited patiently. Enjoy the feeling of waking up on a morning like this, with the emotion that you do see the country through the same eyes. Hold on to it, because it is what unity is made from. But use it to show to the rest of the country, as we must, that this party has changed, that we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country. But also, don't forget how we got here. This morning, we can see that the British people have voted to turn the page on 14 years. But don't pretend that there was anything inevitable about that. There's nothing preordained in politics. Election victories don't fall from the sky. They're hard won and hard fought for. And this one could only be won by a changed Labour Party. We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society, because we changed the party. Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle everything we have done and must keep on doing. On the economy, on national security, on protecting our borders. The British people had to look us in the eye and see that we can serve their interests. And that work doesn't stop now. It never stops. The changes we've made are permanent, irreversible, and we must keep going. We ran as a changed Labour Party, and we will govern as a changed Labour Party. I don't promise you it will be easy. Changing a country is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, patient work, determined work, and we will have to get moving immediately. But even when the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Independent, 117. 117. Tim Collins, Ulster Unionist Party, 6,754. 6754. Alex Easton, Independent, 20,913. Stephen Farry, Alliance Party, 13,608. 13608. McKee, Green Party Northern Ireland, 1,247. 1247. Deirdre Vaughan, SDLP, Social Democratic and Labour Party, 657. 657. I declare that Alex Easton is returned to serve in Parliament for the North Down constituency. Thank you.
Wow. I just want to say a big thank you to the Chief Electoral Officer, all the counters today, and to the 20,913,000 people who actually voted for me. It means the absolute world to me, and you don't know how much it means to me. It really means absolutely everything, and I'm just gobsmacked at the moment, to be honest with you. This has been a difficult election, but I want to say thank you to my canvass team. We knocked 33,000 doors, and it was an amazing effort. And it just goes to show that if unionism unites, we can take seats back for unionism. And that's a lesson that unionism needs to learn right across the board. I want to say thank you to my family for supporting me. You're my rock. So thank you. I want to say to Stephen, I want to say thank you for your stewardship, and whatever the future holds for you, I sincerely wish you all the very best, and I'm sure it's not the last that we're going to save you. I want to say thank you to Tim. You fought an honourable campaign, and I want to say thank you for that. And I want to say thank you for the service that you've done for this country. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And finally, you know, in my darkest hours over the last couple of years, there's one person that always believed in me, and that was my dad. And I want to say to my dad and my mum, I did this for you. Thank you.
Thank you. My first duty is to congratulate Alex on what is a very clear-cut victory, and to wish him well for his term as the MP for North Down. Serving the constituency of North Down is an enormous privilege. It's one of the most beautiful constituencies in the United Kingdom, wonderful people, and it will be a huge opportunity for him in that particular regard. And there are many issues that he and indeed the other elected representatives in the constituency will need to address, and indeed for Northern Ireland as a whole. I also want to pay tribute to Tim in terms of for standing for election and making this a very good and sometimes spirited contest. But that is democracy, and it's important that people do come forward and put their name before the people, and that we have a clear choice. Democracy is a beautiful and important thing. I also want to pass on my thanks to all of the electoral office staff, particularly running an election at short notice, and also one that's happening at an unusual time of the year, being in July. I've had the privilege of serving North Down in different capacities for over 30 years as a councillor, as an MLA, and most recently as an MP. I look back with pride at all that I've done in that particular respect, the different achievements that I have made, and in particular the highlight of being the MP in particular, and what we have been able to achieve in that particular regard. I have a very clear set of values. I have a very clear vision for North Down and for Northern Ireland, and it has been good to be able to apply that during my tenure. But I will continue to advocate for North Down and Northern Ireland, and continue to set out my vision and values and I will look to see whatever role and capacity lies ahead for me to continue to apply. I'm not going anywhere. I'm very dedicated to my community. I'm very dedicated to Northern Ireland and to sorting out problems for people at home and abroad. So thank you very much, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Gentlemen, this announcement is for the attention of candidates and election agents for the Belfast West constituency. I would like to invite the candidates or election agents for the Belfast West constituency to meet me in the doubtful vote section of the constituency area to discuss the provisional result. Thank you.
East candidates to the stage, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could have your attention, please. This relates to the constituency of Belfast East. Eligible electorate 72,917, 72917. Votes polled 42,890, 42890. Valid votes 42,706, 42706. Rejected votes were 184 and percentage turnout 58.82%. I, Stephen Reid, as the Deputy Returning Officer for the Belfast East constituency, hereby declare that at the election the number of votes for each candidate was as follows. Seamus DeFeature, SDLP Social Democratic Labour Party, 619, 619. Naomi Long, Alliance Party, 17,218, 17218. Ryan North, Independent, 162, 162. Gavin Robinson, Democratic Unionist Party, DUP, 19,894. (19894). John Ross, TUV No Sea Border, 1,918, 1918. Brian Smith, Green Party Northern Ireland, 1,077, 1077. Ryan Warren, Ulster Unionist Party, 1,818, 1818. I declare that Gavin Robinson is returned to serve in the Parliament for the Bangor East constituency. Thank you.
Deputy Returning Officer, I know during this election campaign there has been much talk about boundary changes, but I understand I'm now the Member of Parliament for Bangor East, so thank you for that. Thank you to you and to your staff and for the count process that's been undertaken in the late and the small and the wee hours of this morning. I want to thank my campaign team. It's very easy when people stand up here and say they have an incredible team, but I'm blessed with the very best from the East. With Sammy Douglas as my election agent, somebody who finishes most days with reasons to be cheerful. I hope, Sammy, there's a good one to be cheerful this evening. To my office team and James and Ruth and Matthew, and that also includes my dad, who has been with me all through the years. I thank him and my mum, and to Lindsay, to Ruben, the youngest member of our campaign team, to Marilyn Toogood, the oldest member, if I'm allowed to say it, of our campaign team. For weeks and weeks and weeks, people have put themselves out to make sure East Belfast has the representation that we've achieved this evening, so I thank you. But in saying that, this campaign has been an enjoyable one, not just because of how we have engaged ourselves.
$765, valid votes 38,455, rejected votes 310, percentage turnout 52.74%. 52.74%. I, Adrian McCreesh, as the Deputy Returning Officer for the Foyle constituency, hereby declare that at the election the number of votes for each candidate was as follows. John Boyle, Aontú for Life, Unity, Economic Justice, 662. Sandra Duffy, Sinn Féin, 11,481. 11481. Colin Eastwood, SDLP, Social Democratic and Labour Party, 15,647. 15647. Rachel Louise Ferguson, Alliance, 1,268. 1268. Sean Harkin, People Before Profit, 2,444. 444. Anne McCluskey, Independent, 1,519. 1519. Gary Middleton, Democratic Unionist Party, DUP, 3,915. 3915. And finally, Janice Melissa Montgomery, Ulster Unionist Party, 1,422. 1422. I thereby declare that Colin Eastwood is returned to serve in Parliament for the Foyle constituency. Thank you.
They're only cheering because they're getting to go home. I know how they feel. Can I first of all thank all of the staff who've been involved in this election. I know how long you've been working, many of them from yesterday morning at 7 o'clock. It doesn't go unnoticed. I also want to pay tribute to all the other candidates. It was a good, clean fight, and it came on us very quickly. Politics is very difficult. Sometimes you win, sometimes you don't win. I've been on both sides of that argument, but the most important thing is that we have a democratic process that people take part in without fear of intimidation and violence, and I take my hat off to everybody who's put their name on a ballot paper in this election. I want to thank my long-time friend, mentor and election agent, John Tierney. I want to thank my campaign manager, Brian Tierney. Thank all the Tierneys, really. And all of my staff and all the volunteers who've given an enormous amount of effort over the past 6 weeks. We had a 6-month plan for this election, which ended up having to become a 6-week plan. It meant a serious effort by people who had nothing to gain other than a commitment to a cause and a commitment to their city. I'm very grateful to every last one of them. I'm very grateful mostly to the people of Derry, who have once again said that they want their voice to be heard in Westminster. I will gladly continue to be your voice. I will stand up for the people of our city, of our constituency. We won't be quiet. I have to say I'm delighted to see the back of the Tory government. 14 years of destroying our public services, 14 years of destroying the economy, destroying family finances is now gone. We're delighted that has happened. But we also know that we're going to have to be there to hold the Labour government's feet to the fire. They made some promises to this place. They made a promise to scrap the Legacy Act. That needs to happen immediately. They made a promise to recognise the state of Palestine. That needs to happen immediately. And we need to see our public bodies, our public finances put back into decent shape. Far too many of our people are languishing on a health waiting list. That needs to end. At that, I just want to say, let's get to work. Thank you.
I will now announce the results for the Belfast West constituency. I, Jackie Dixon, as the Deputy Returning Officer for the Belfast West constituency, hereby declare that at the election, the number of votes for each candidate was as follows. Jerry Carroll, People Before Profit, 5,048. 5048. Paul Doherty, SDLP, Social Democratic and Labour Party, 4,318. 4318. Gerard Herdman, Into for Life, Unity, Economic Justice, 904. 904. Ash Jones, Green Party Northern Ireland, 451. 451. Tony Mallon, Independent, 161. 161. Paul Maskey, Sinn Féin, 21,009. 21009. Anne McClure, TUV, No Sea Border, 2010. 2010. Frank McCoubrey, Democratic Unionist Party, DUP, 4,304. 4304. Owen Miller, Alliance Party, 1,077. 1077. Ben Sharkey, Ulster Unionist Party, 461. 461. I declare that Paul Maskey is returned to serve in Parliament for the Belfast West constituency. Thank you.
I see they keep the best to the last, and I can tell you quite clearly that West Belfast is the best. So, for me, I think it is very important that we thank the electoral staff for all their hard work and endeavours. But I want to place on record my gratitude and my thankfulness to the electorate in West Belfast for putting their confidence in Sinn Féin and myself as the MP for West Belfast and our constituency once again. I also want to thank the election team that we have in West Belfast. It is second to none. And I think that we have to be very, very privileged, and I, as elected representative, am very privileged to have and to be working with that team throughout these years. Over the years, people have demonised West Belfast, and today, political parties who stand for West Belfast criticise West Belfast. Well, I stand up for West Belfast, I fight for West Belfast, and I fight for West Belfast every single day, because that's what Sinn Féin does, and that's what I do as the MP for this constituency. It is very important that we recognise that West Belfast is going one way, and it's going up, folks. And it's been on that trajectory for a long, long time, and I would urge other people to join us and make sure that we continue to drive West Belfast forward in the best manner we possibly can. I want to work with each and every single one of the other parties, and I want to continue to deliver, because our MLAs and our council team has delivered massively for West Belfast, and I want that to continue. West Belfast is growing, and I am delighted that the entirety of the Shankill is now in the West Belfast constituency. I'm delighted that Lisburn North is now in the West Belfast constituency, and I, as their MP, will work day and night to make sure that we continue to progress and push West Belfast forward. So it's bright outside. I don't want to keep us here any longer. I want to thank us all, and I want to thank the electorate again in West Belfast for putting their confidence in Sinn Féin and in myself. So Gora Míle Mágat.
Andy Brown, Scottish Labour Party, 3,876. Joe Hart, Reform UK, 5,562. Seamus Logan, Scottish National Party SNP, 13,455. Douglas Gordon Ross, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 12,500. Seamus Logan is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Aberdeenshire North and Moray East constituency. The total number of votes cast across Aberdeenshire North and Moray East constituency at UK parliamentary elections on the 4th of July was 38,358. Total number of ballot papers rejected was 170. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I first of all thank Jim Savage and all his staff here at the County Centre and in the various polling stations around the constituency for their work tonight in delivering this election. I also want to thank Police Scotland for protecting the candidates and ensuring the security of the result. Primarily, I want to thank everyone who voted for me. That's the first thing I want to say. Thank you, everyone, for having the confidence to trust me as your MP for Aberdeenshire North and Moray East. Thank you. I want also to pay tribute to all of our supporters and activists who delivered this result. But more than anybody else, I want to single out one person, and that's my election agent, Ross Cassie. I regard him as something of a genius. Now, some of you may know it's been a very difficult few days. My wife lost her mother just a few days ago, and this afternoon we'll be putting her to rest. So it's been a very, very difficult time for us as a family. And so after tonight, I'll just want to focus on that. But I am so honoured and so privileged to be selected as the MP for this constituency, and I just want to say to people, I promise you I will reward your confidence in me by delivering on the promises that I made to you in the election campaign. And I look forward to joining my colleagues in the SNP at Westminster. Thank you very much, everyone.
and honourable campaign over the last few weeks. And can I also thank Paul for his tenure of South Antrim during the past 7 years. I also want to especially thank the electorate of South Antrim, who have placed their faith and confidence and trust in me to be their Member of Parliament. When we went the length and breadth of South Antrim and engaged with the people in regards to the issues that were important to them on the local level, a national level and an international level, it was clear that they were looking change. And I want to thank my party, the Ulster Unionist Party, for putting their faith in me and putting me forward as their elected representative and candidate for South Antrim. Can I pay a special thanks to my family for their support, but also to the South Antrim Ulster Unionist team and the wider party who came and supported me and the party throughout this campaign to return an Ulster Unionist MP. Because I believe Northern Ireland will be best served when we do have that mixture of voices in Westminster who actually take their seat and speak on behalf of all the people of Northern Ireland, but especially it is my pleasure to represent the people of South Antrim. And again, can I thank my election team, but especially my election agent, Steve Nicholl, for the work that he put in delivering this result. Thank you.
Deputy Returning Officer, new Member of Parliament, Robin Swan. I want to thank the Deputy Returning Officer and his team for the way that they've conducted this count. There are a number of people who need thanked at this time, and I want to take special mention to my election agent, who over this last number of weeks has probably suffered from not being able to get his meals, having to work and not getting sleep. And I think that has happened to quite a number, and I want to thank my election team who have worked through South Antrim. And I also want to say that over the last 7 years we've had the pleasure of working in what has been, I believe, the premier constituency in Northern Ireland. And irrespective of what anyone else says, I want to say it, that's what it is. But a special thanks goes to my family, because, you know, they've put up with an awful lot, not just with me being away quite a bit, not just during this campaign, but while I was in Westminster. And I can tell you that my wife has a list of jobs that she would like to see me clear up, and I will do my best to endeavour to try and achieve that. But I want to say that South Antrim has been a swing constituency in the past, and the DUP have won this seat back, and we haven't went away, and we will be back. And I can tell you that it has been a wonderful opportunity that I've had in my life to serve this constituency. And I will continue to be a representative, not an elected representative, but of that community, and work with the people in that community to grow our party's base in South Antrim and ensure that we can and will be back. Thank you.
Saying they don't have. They're saying they don't have comms with. This is breakfast. They're saying I'm hearing the special. Where are you going into? They need to talk to the hub. Okay. And they need to talk about PD 101. There's a producer at breakfast. Can you take over with this? No, it's all right. It's here. It's. Can I just give you his number? It's Rob. It's 07708 08 508 813. Rob Townsend. Sorry. Monitor is working. Thank you very much. Except I have lost. I've lost. I can't hear the gallery though. Okay. I know, but they're just keeping us here in case, which is extreme.
I don't think I'm going to use it. Let's talk a bit later.
the bulletin now, so I'm presuming we don't even have comps, so we can't go to anyway. So they have to case this is okay, we've got the plain package, so they said they were working on it, but it's a bit late now. Oh, right, here we go. I can hear that now, thanks, yeah. Hello. Hi, guys. I'm presuming you've got the package now, I can see it, so it's alright. Hi, I can hear you, but I can also see that you're playing a package. They're not hearing audio. Can you pick up? You're seeing me fine? No? Yeah, they obviously are.
Give me 2 seconds.
Okay, seeing but no audio.
Sorry, Layla. That's your new volume. Hope I haven't deafened you.
How about that? Any better? No. Oh yes, hearing me now. That works, thank you. Yeah, I think we are. I mean, I can see you're playing the package, so that's fine. Hello. Yes. That's fine. So, yeah, that's absolutely fine. That's all right. So what should I expect from now on then? We're going to see how it goes at every half an hour? Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yeah, that's fine. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. But I will also report back at the end when he arrives back here, because I don't know when that's going to be, but yeah. Yeah, all right then. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, no worries. Sounds like it. Okay. Isn't this supposed to be after 7? Yeah, didn't that arrange sort of after 7? Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Over there? Okay, that's fine. Do you want to just check? Do you want to just double check with Goffington? Yeah? That's absolutely fine.
there. Right there. That's the guess you want just there, yeah? I was going to put one up there, I was going to put one down here in our spot, so I was going to put two down.
I suppose, but then also they'll take the place spare body to waste it.
I've got four bodies.
Yeah, so.
What's happening? What's happening?
That looks of it. It's Sony. Best thing to do, I'll pass it, I'll give it to the Downing Street, and if anyone...
Yeah, give me video.
What's your plan, David? Where are you putting this?
I think that's safe.
Oh, no, all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
I did think you were saying a remote.
Yes, I can't hear anything at the moment.
I'm just trying to balance it. Spend 10 minutes just balancing it.
One of those guys on Instagram that stick some bottles on top.
Yeah, I'm going to have
I can.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh right. Yes, I was expecting... Anyway, go on, I'm here. How's that? Awaiting instructions. But is this just a kind of standby check? You're not expecting to come to me? Okay. So grim. I can, hello. Well done. It's been a triumph. Yes, I haven't, there's no sign of him yet. I'm not hearing. So, we haven't got that. I haven't. Oh right, he hasn't even left, has he? Yeah, that's fine. You just tell me. Yeah, sure. Okay, they might come to me now, so I can't do this news guy thing. Yeah. I'm not hearing programmes, but I was hearing the gallery.
Mine, that's mine next to yours. No, but I'll shoot on a different lens. I'll put it on 50 or wide. That's what I'm looking at. There you go, thank you. Is it really? Oh, fine, if that's the case, it's fine. I mean, I'm quite happy with somewhere else. They don't take it as much space, take it from there. Plastic bag.
That means it's going to be absolutely ages then. He hasn't even left.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This is a declaration of a result of a poll for Braintree District Council, election of a Member of Parliament for Braintree on Thursday, the 4th of July 2024. I, Dan Gascoigne, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Cleverly, James Spencer, Conservative Party candidate, 17,414. Franks Kieran Anthony, Liberal Democrat, 2,879. Heather David Christopher Norman, Independent, 767. Thompson Richard, Reform UK, 11,346. Thorogood Paul Richard, Green Party candidate, 2,878. Wright Matthew, Labour Party, 13,744. There were 167 spoilt ballot papers, and I do hereby declare that James Spencer Cleverly is duly elected. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much. I'd like to say thank you to the people of Braintree, the new constituency of Braintree, who have returned me to Parliament as their representative, their champion, their spokesperson in Westminster. It is a privilege and an honour to serve, and I thank you for the opportunity to do so again. I would like to thank also all the people who made this election possible, the people who man the polling stations, who are involved in the count, the people who maintain security, and the members of the press who cover these proceedings. I would also, of course, like to thank my association, my campaign team, too many to mention by name, but I would particularly like to single out my campaign manager and my agent, who have worked so tirelessly through this campaign. I'd also like, of course, to thank the other candidates. This has been, I think, a well-mannered and good-natured campaign, as it should be, and I think that shows the Braintree constituency for what we know it to be, which is a wonderful place full of wonderful people, and the fact that the candidates who put themselves forward reflected that, I think, is very much to their credit. And, of course, I would like to thank my family, my long-suffering family, my two sons who have seen far less of me over the last 6 weeks. I was about to say than previously, but as a government minister, no one gets to see that much of me. And, of course, I want to pay a special level of gratitude to my beautiful and wonderful wife, who has not just had to put up with me being a Member of Parliament and a Minister, but, as you know, has also fought and successfully won her own battle. And I could not have done it without you, so thank you very much. This has been a very difficult night for my party, and losing the position of government of this country is painful, but it is the nature of our democracy that it happens, and when it happens, it is incumbent upon the, I suppose, all parties, but particularly the party leaving government, to listen carefully to what the voters are telling us. I am not going to rush to any quick judgments. I think the right thing to do is be thoughtful and take a short period of time to really assess what the voters are telling us. But it is clear that when you see the votive share of the traditional main parties of government, that many voters are disillusioned with all of us, and we should take that on board. I think it is also right that we have the humility to recognise that there is nothing honourable in presenting simple and thin solutions to challenging and complex problems. And the world is a difficult and dangerous place, and we have to respond to that. But this evening, I will finish as I started, by saying thank you to the wonderful, wonderful people of the Braintree constituency. It is an honour to serve. Thank you.
That's really important, isn't it? That's how we're had. So, how do they say that I mean, because I think it's really interesting. We've seen these votes come in, we've seen lots and lots of people so interesting. When Conservative the Labour Party, they basically come in and work straight away. transition as well. There's lots of schools we're talking about. So Layla, it's going to be a really busy day. You're going to be here for many hours, I'm sure. Can you just talk to us about this peaceful transition of powers? The outgoing government, they disappear, and then the Labour Party come in and essentially move into Downing Street. What happens?
It's quite a kind of orderly process. After all the high drama of the election, it's quite a straightforward process. Really. Rishi Sunak comes back, then goes to the palace. Keir Starmer similarly goes to the palace first. He's quite taken. Keir Starmer then goes back down the street, walks through that door, and the work begins straight away. So it's really good.
And that peaceful transition of power is so incredibly important.
Yeah, it's a kind of
myself, I've seen happen over the last years. Can you talk to us about what are the priorities for the Labour Party? What do they say?
So Labour have talked about
really important today today. Words and massive history. You've got a prime spot. You see Larry Cat this morning. It's not about potential. I'm sure you've played. Thank you so much for Yeah. So, Layla, it's a really important day today. Can you just explain to us what happens next? The Conservatives are no longer in power. The Labour Party sweep in. Talk to us about the processes. Layla, it's a huge day today. Can you talk to us about what actually happens next? And what are Labour's priorities? So they've got a massive to-do list. What will they do first? And it's huge, isn't it? We're witnessing history here today. In the rain. Have you seen that this morning?
That was there, but the PA wasn't there, and then that's fine. The gorgeous one is apparently not
you happy? Yeah, no problem.
So that's your three. That's Sue's. We can try and take up. Yeah. No, it's fine. I mean, I've just squeezed in, so it's fine. I mean, to be fair.
Parliament for Whittam on Thursday the 4th of July 2024. I, Dan Gascoigne, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Abbott James Edward, Green Party candidate, 3,539. Blaxall Timothy Ronald Keith, Reform UK, 9,870. Chowdhury Rumi, Labour Party, 13,682. J. Chelsea, representing the people, not a party, 1,246. Patel Priti Sushil, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,827. Thompson Derek Ashley John, Liberal Democrat, 3,439. There were 171 ballot papers rejected. I do hereby declare that Priti Sushil Patel is duly elected. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to begin really by just saying an enormous thank you to the hundreds of people that have been involved in today's election within this district and across the Witham constituency. There have been boundary changes, and it is now a really special, not just a special constituency, but an even larger constituency. And so many people have been involved in making this result happen. I want to thank all officials, but also our fabulous police who've done so much to keep us safe throughout this entire campaign. And then, of course, my entire association, our members, our diligent hard workers, people that basically have been knocking on doors day in, day out. Without them, this election result would not be possible. And then, of course, I do want to thank all the candidates that stood in the Witham constituency for this general election. This has effectively been almost a festival of democracy, if I may say so. But we've had a good-natured campaign. And there is something very unique, actually, about this district, but also the constituency and the way in which we've all conducted ourselves in this campaign. And I do just wish to pay tribute to everyone for the way in which they've conducted themselves and the campaign. If I may just briefly reflect upon the fact that it is an absolute privilege to be re-elected to become the Member of Parliament for the Witham constituency. It is an incredible constituency. This part of Essex is so unique, it really is. Yes, it has its challenges. Yes, we all have worked hard to do good things, actually, for our local communities. But again, when we reflect upon the national result right now, there is a moment to just have a stocktake and a pause as to where we go and how we can actually almost double down and serve the community with even more gusto and rigour, but representation. So I just want to finally conclude my remarks by really thanking everybody for their support. Within the constituency, the electorate across Witham have put their trust and faith and confidence in me, and I can absolutely say that I will stand up to that, live up to that, and deliver for them. And I just would like to thank everybody that's made this election possible here locally. Thank you.
David Flux, being the returning officer for the election of a Member of Parliament for South West Norfolk, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate is as follows. Bagg, James. Independent, 6,282. Conway, Gary Daniel Dominic. Heritage Party, Freedom Family Nation, 160. Duvalapalli, Pallavi, Green Party, 1,838. Douglas, Lorraine, Communist Party of Britain, 77. Jeremy, Terry, Labour Party, 11,847. Mackenzie, Tobias, Reform UK, 9,958. Of East Anglia, Earl Elvis, Official Monster Raving Loony Party, 338. Ratcliffe, Josie, Liberal Democrats, 2,618. Truss, Liz, the Conservative Party candidate, 11,217. The number of ballot papers rejected was 139, and I do hereby declare that Jeremy Terry is duly elected.
So much for being a safe seat. Tonight's result proves that voters should never be taken for granted. You should never give up hope, and every vote matters. Tonight, the country has voted for change, and here in South West Norfolk, this constituency has voted for change as well. It is the honour of my life to be elected, and I promise to do everything that I can to serve and deliver for the residents of this constituency. Mr. Returning Officer, High Sheriff, may I thank you and all your staff, both here at the count and at the dozens of polling stations across this constituency today, for your diligence and your professionalism. You make democracy work. To the media, to the police and all our public service workers, thank you for your contribution to this important process. I'd like to thank all my fellow candidates for putting themselves forward, engaging in debate and offering the public a choice. I'd like to take a moment too to thank our outgoing MP Liz Truss for her service to this constituency over the past 14 years. Politics can be brutal, and you have come in for your fair share of criticism, but may I take this opportunity to wish you well in the future. Thank you to my fantastic team and everyone that has supported the campaign over the past few weeks and months. I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you to my family and to my partner Matthew for your support, encouragement and love, without which none of this would be possible. I decided to stand for Parliament having experienced firsthand the inadequacies of the welfare state and the health system in our country. My dad had a life-altering stroke in 2013, and I've seen over the years how badly the system supports disabled people. We had 10 further wonderful years with my dad, but delays getting a GP appointment and problems receiving the right hospital care contributed to my dad's untimely death last year, aged just 65. I hope to be a voice for people like my dad, people who are amongst the most vulnerable in our society, who rely on our compassion, our support and our public services. Dad, you're not here to see this, but this is for you and everyone like you.
find a position?
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
Good. All right.
James. Lewis. Sorry. What was I going to ask? Oh, do you know where Gian is?
Yeah.
Technician?
You might find them. You find the other CML position.
Okay.
So are you taking one of our feeds?
I think I'm supposed to use your Ethernet cable.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Basically, go to that CNN position over there. I mean, I've got to do that.
What's this Ethernet cable doing here? Do you actually have an Ethernet cable? I'll put it like that and it should be fine. I'll do the setup bit later. Yeah. Line level, yeah.
Something Carol's just looking a bit too cheerful with the weather. She's just like in a t-shirt with blue skies in the background. Like,
No, not yet. I'll just going to fill up very fast. Yeah, that's take that out. Huh?
Getting a very wet arse on that on the chair. Sorry? Started getting very wet arse. I know, just noticed that. Right.
okay.
Yeah, no, but mine because it's got back, it was all dripping down. So. Oh, I know, I just yeah, no.
Hope you enjoyed the summer.
There's nothing on this second loop.
Jack. Jack. Any word? They're not running. Until what? Until Sunak gets back?
Fine. I mean, I could just break it down. Yeah, I don't think we've got any hits that we do.
There's no mirror spot marked up there.
Yeah, okay. Break the clean feet for a sec. You got it back.
Sorry, I just lost you in my ear just briefly then. Yeah, it's ending the election here in Downing Street very much as it began, pouring rain. Rishi Sunak, as you said, is on his way back here. He's now landed back at RAF North, pictures of his plane landing there. He will make his way back to Downing Street. We don't know if he's going to walk up the street behind me or go in the back entrance. But of course there is this very human story here as well in Downing Street of a family having to pack up their lives very quickly and head to a new home. So we're expecting Rishi Sunak to arrive here in the next hour or so. We've seen Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, about an hour ago, pitch up here into number 11. He, of course, will also be vacating his workplace and his home here in Downing Street, perhaps unexpectedly one of the cabinet survivors who we were all very surprised to see pull up here. He, of course, will be making the way for the new occupant of number 11. So Rishi Sunak, we expect to hear from him. We don't know whether he is planning a stopover at the Conservative Party headquarters for the moment. That perhaps might be a farewell message to his staff, a thank you message there first before he gets here. And then we do expect to hear a few more words from Rishi Sunak. He hinted at that, didn't he, in his speech at his own account. He will be saying more about the result later on. So we're expecting another speech, a departure speech from Rishi Sunak as he heads off to the palace. What was that, guys? No one told me you were coming to me. What was that? We were suddenly on air. Having literally just been told, Jack, that we weren't on. Literally, I just asked Jack if we were on, and then he was like, no, there's no plans to come to you, and then suddenly I'm live on air. What was that? Jack. I was about to say, it was just like, we were just, I was going to have a banana. cheese roll. Hi. Oh, hi. Yes, absolutely fine. I was thinking my outfit has changed. I can. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, you can come to me straight away from Scotland. Yeah. Sorry? Oh. Okay, and what am I doing? Am I doing just from down the street, or am I doing kind of up some? Just down the street action. Okay, fine. Fine. Yeah, fine. Okay, 6 they've gone to a bulletin now.
I think my camera's up and I couldn't use it. Because all my fingers went in the wrong place. And it's difficult because now it's like, you can't see the exposure. Yeah, it's like...
Hi guys.
It's made me quickly learn something new. I'm research and making excuses already.
Managed to get soaked under the umbrella. How is that possible? Hello. Hey, pleasure. 2.5 minutes. Hey. Sorry. where the handover happens. We've already seen Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor, at the moment, one of the few surviving cabinet ministers to retain this seat. He has already come here to number 11 Downing Street to pack up his things to prepare for the new occupant who will take office later today. Rishi Sunak, as you say, is on his way back into Downing Street now. So he will arrive here. We're not clear as yet whether he'll walk up the street or headed through the back entrance, but he will come back to Downing Street, pack up his things, and previously then storing his family moving out rapidly to make way for the new family moving into. We then expect him to make a statement outside Downing Street. I'm sure he will have an umbrella ready this time if it's still raining. Then he will head to the palace to give his resignation to the king. Following that meeting, Keir Starmer will do the opposite. He will head into Buckingham Palace to meet the king, where he will be formally appointed as Prime Minister and leader of the government. And then he will make his way to Downing Street, where we expect to hear from him on a podium making his speech. We already heard his victory speech that rally in London a little bit earlier, but we expect to hear a speech from him before he enters Downing Street and the hard work begins. And then later today, we expect to hear immediately his appointment of the Officers of State. So number 11 Downing Street will raise the Labour Home Secretary, Foreign Secretary, with big jobs in government will get appointed first, but we could well get all of the cabinet of the new Labour government appointed by the end of the day.
Just easing through. Sorry, Squire.
Cheers, guys. Oh, look, he's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, actually black tea with no milk. In. Though it's already set.
It's completely. Should have brought a plastic bag. Jack, any communication? Well, I can't hear. Hello. Say that again. Yes. Okay. Just to say that it looks like Sunak's going to come back up down the street. No, I just had, no, not Outlook. So it looks like at 8 there's a bounce around. 8:15 there's a bounce around. To get to Okay, well they need to pick me up because I can't hear anything. And can you ask them to actually speak to me this time? I'm not eating my cornflakes.
You should be on the BBC.
still have no idea how to get it up and stuff. It puts you in the same mode, doesn't it? It's a perfection. Yeah. Right. That's what it is. They want to syndicate the fiction and they give you
state